Hello. Hi there, everybody. How are we all doing on this fine Tuesday evening? I always have to double check to make sure I have the day right. How are we doing? Let's see. Hi, Araya. Happy to see you. Also, I don't know if I've said this since you changed it, but I love your new profile picture. It's awesome. Looks so great. Also, hi, Ian. Happy to see you. Happy to have you here. All right. I think it may just be you guys for now, and that's totally fair and totally fine. So, how are you all doing? What are you going to be working on? Oh, I'm good. Little stressed. This is a busy week for me, but I'm good. Beth, hi, Beth. I've missed you, Beth. We haven't seen you on this corner of the internet in a hot second. Oh, so happy to have you here, Beth. All right, thank you, and I'm good. Snacking on some candy and working. Nice. Yeah, I remember this. These streams typically fall like during your work day, right? So very much appreciate you still tuning in. Is this finals week? No, that was last week. So yeah, we're not really gonna I'm not gonna dwell on that too much, but one class I totally nailed, totally killed, and the other, I don't know. We'll see. So but yes, finals are over, thank God. I'm so ready for them to be that to be behind me. The summer classes, that pace was really a lot for me, doing like the double time pace. So yeah, I'm excited for fall classes where I will not be in that position. You know what I mean? I was out of town, but I'm home now. Nice. Okay. Happy to have you here, Beth. And obviously nobody's beholden to be here. I don't want anyone to ever feel like bad not being here. I just missed having you here, Beth. So that's awesome. Yeah, we had someone in last time who was getting like some pretty high word counts during some of the sprints. And I was like, oh my gosh, it's like Beth Mini or something, or like Beth number 2, or however you want to put it. You know, it was almost like having you here, but not quite. Their numbers were not as high as yours, but they were high. Yeah, I do not miss school. Do you get a little bit of a break? I get like a week and a half. But a lot of it is not going to turn out. A lot of it's not going to end up being a break, really, because I have a lot of stuff I'm going to end up fitting in like during that time. But yeah, I get like a week and a half. I was going to go on a whole tangent about this, but I'm going to try not to. But yeah, I get like a week and a half. So one thing I'm definitely going to do is this weekend I'm going down to see my brother, and he's going to like cook me dinner, which I'm super excited about because he's been teaching himself how to cook a bunch of cuisines from like different cultures all over the world, and he hasn't been able to like share any of it with me yet. So I'm gonna go drive down and visit him this weekend and do that, which will be a nice break. But yeah, other than that, I'm seeing Sarah Jane again this weekend too. That'll be fun. We're gonna get some writing in. And yeah, as far as fun stuff, I feel like that's pretty much all the fun, like break type stuff I'll be doing. The rest of it'll be more like just kind of maintaining the stuff that I can't maintain as much during my regular semester, like during school, you know, just little annoying errands that kind of build up, you know. So let's see. Oh, hi, Christina. Happy to see you. Happy to have you here. That's awesome. I'm not getting big word counts now because I'm in revision. So glad someone is. Yeah, I don't know if they'll come back again today, but it was like someone new. But yeah, but I feel like revision, I wish there was a way to count like your word count in revision, because you are still proofing like a certain number of words. But yeah, it's hard to gauge. I could see that. Hi, Eddie. Happy to have you here for some productivity sprints. Always fun seeing new names in the chat. Although Eddie, I don't know if I've seen you here before. I feel like I might have seen you here once or twice. Christina, here, just for the vibes at the moment, but I'll try and write on the sprint. Try. Okay. No worries. No pressure. I do have to admit, I actually sat and wrote for like an hour and a half before starting. So I am like in the zone. I am ready to go. So yeah, I'm ready to get some writing in. Araya says, oh, how cute. I wish my brothers cooked for me, LOL. But they are also like 15 and 17. That's what mine are younger too. The one who's cooking for me, he's 17. No, did he have his 18th? Yeah, he must have just had his 18th. I'm not going to say what month, but yeah, I think he just had his 18th, actually. I guess his most recent one was his 18th. Also, if you hear Mike making a lot of noise, they're literally hosting a dog event outside at my apartment complex. And the dogs already irritate him, but like tonight it is out of 10. I'm not going to lie. He is so, and I can't blame him. The barking is absurd. Anyways, but yeah, he's older. He's like 18. I think he's 18. That's horrible. I should double check that, but I'm pretty sure he's 18. But yeah, he was learning because I guess at college they have like communal kitchens where he's going, and he wants to be able to like cook dinner with some of the other people at college. So it's Edie. Sorry. Oh, okay. You know what, Edie? I have a spreadsheet for this exact reason, because you're not the only one who has a unique name. So I'm going to make a note. Okay. I got to find it. It's been a minute since I pulled this sheet out. But usually I'll make a note so that until I get it like memorized, I have it written down phonetically. Oh my God. I have so much stuff in my Google Drive. This is horrible. Wait a minute. Let me see here. Okay, here we go. Because it took me a minute for some other people too. Not a ton of people, but. Okay. I have it written down now. I've made a note. Sorry about that, Edie. Christina, yeah, Edie is bottled water. Oh, okay. I think Edie was in the Miley story time where I shared my first chapter. And I think Edie might have even been the one that I've referenced where I said, I think someone compared it or said it gave like Studio Ghibli vibes. And I feel like that may have been Edie, but I could be wrong. I could be wrong. Oh, well, happy to have you here, Edie. Yeah, we've definitely been in the Discord together for a hot minute. Oh, okay. I love that Christina is like bridging the gap here for us. Yep, sorry, I rebranded. No worries, no worries. Yeah, we're in the same Discord, but I haven't been able to make a live. No worries. I know it's kind of a weird timing for a lot of people because I'm East Coast, so a lot of people fall like an hour to 2 hour to 3 hours like behind me. So excited to. Oh, nice. Yeah, those are the vibes. We're gonna definitely try and lock in tonight. See, I knew you'd recognize her. Yeah, definitely. As soon as you said bottled water, I was like, oh, I know who that is. And I kind of thought that from the picture, but I wasn't certain. So, okay, I'm glad. Okay, I'm so glad that I have like figured that out. I was like, I'm pretty sure whoever went by bottled water in Discord was the one who said that. And I've definitely referenced that a few times. I went and watched Howl's Moving Castle after you said that, Edie. And I feel like that was a very spot on comment in regard to my first chapter, just saying. Christina says, and yay, Edie, these lives are super. Oh, you're so sweet, Christina. Yeah, we try to be productive. We have been a little yappy on our breaks here and there at times, but we're gonna lock in tonight. We're gonna work on it. Let me switch back over to my book too. Oh my gosh, 8:30 a.m. Wow, 8:30 a.m. for me, but I didn't get to, blah, blah. I can talk, but I didn't get called in for work today. Nice. Sweet. Well, we're happy to have you here bright and early. Wait, so Edie doesn't know about the wheel and do. Okay, I will give you a quick overview of the lore, Edie. So I love that Christina called it lore, by the way. That's great. What is this wheel and doom? Okay, let me show you. I'll show you. So for our sprints, we always go off of this wheel that I made. I'll take you over there now. So we don't ever pick ourselves, right? Like the wheel always decides, and whatever it lands on is what we do, which I'm not comfortable with how close it's sitting to Wheel of Doom right now. I'm not sure why it's sitting like that. But anyways, I love, Ian said the wheel is all, we love the wheel. Yeah, we kind of joke that the wheel is like almighty, right? Like it decides our fate. So we have this wheel, and because people, I initially just had this wheel, right? And then because people were kind of rooting for the 1 hour slot as a joke, I was like, oh, you think the 1 hour is funny? Let's like make a wheel that's even worse. So I created this little black sliver there that's called the Wheel of Doom. And that takes us over to this wheel, which I always have to refresh, which is so annoying, but just bear with me. But this is our Wheel of Doom. And it's all much longer sprints. So it's anywhere from an hour to 2 hours. Yeah, and we have not hit it yet, but I evened out a lot of the sections recently. They're not totally even, but they're a lot more evened out, right, than they were. So the chances have never been better of hitting Wheel of Doom, right? So it's only a matter of time. And also, hopefully in September, I'm hoping to do some streams that are exclusively Wheel of Doom. I've already designed the setup for it and stuff, so that should be really fun. So those will be definitely good, like lock in and be productive type streams. I mean, these are too, but when you have a 1 hour, hour and a half, 2 hour sprint, like I think you can't help but lock in, right? So that's kind of the premise behind those. I love that we're getting new people in and I get to explain the lore, you know, like it's so fun. Doom, it will happen one day. Yes, fingers crossed, fingers crossed. I actually think if it does happen, I might even switch us over. I have a layout. I didn't put like too much thought into it, but I have a layout that's just like this kind of, you know, it's like an individual stream layout with that design. And maybe if we hit it, I'll like take us fully over to that layout too, just for that sprint. And then we can come back to the fantasy forest vibes, you know. Let's see. I don't think there's any other lore stuff really, but Edie says, OMG, this is so fun. Thank you. Yeah, it definitely adds an element of like excitement, right, to something that otherwise could seem kind of redundant or you know, like writing is work. It's work. So it's fun, but it's also work. So this just adds a little pizzazz, a little razzle dazzle to the process, right? 2 hours, what? Yeah, it hasn't happened yet, but I'm sure it will, genuinely. Oh, thank you, Edie. I appreciate it so much. Yeah, I've put a lot of effort in to figure all this out, honestly. Araya says, I love how much effort you put into these lives. So unique and fun. Thank you. Just wait. I have other stuff cooking. Let's put it that way. I always have something cooking. Every time I'm like, I'm not going to do anything more, I got something cooking. And I cannot wait. I will say, for the Writers Coven, I'm already so pumped for that. And it's a ways out. I'm so pumped. Because I'm hoping those will be unique as well for those themes. So, well, right now I only have one slot. I can take another slot in like a week and a day. I'm going to post a reminder tomorrow that everyone has one more week to pick their like individual slot if you want first dibs in the spreadsheet. But anyways, yeah, super excited for that too. I know, right? She's a professional. I'm trying. I'm doing my best, you know? I definitely feel like, you know, what's so funny is when I started, I'm just going to say this really quickly, right? I know some of you are dying to get to writing. I'm going to make this quick. But when I first jumped back into YouTube and was like jumping back into social media, I was like, the one thing I am not doing is live streaming. Like, no joke. I was like, that is the one thing I am not touching with a 10-foot pole. And here I am. And I feel like now it's the thing I enjoy most because I feel like I get to have the most organic interactions in real time with you guys. I feel like when I did it before, I was leaning on my brother for a lot of help with some of the more like technical stuff. And now that I have it figured out on my own, I'm a little bit more like, okay, I could do this, you know, and I enjoy it a lot more. But I don't, dude, Araya, okay. I sat here today and I was like, I really should put that vlog together. And then I was like, but I could sit here and write and work through this scene that I'm really struggling with. And I was like, have you ever heard of productive procrastination? I feel like that's absolutely 100% me. If there's something that needs to be done, right, or there's multiple things that need to be done, I just pick like the thing that is the least stressful or whatever. And I don't know why I'm so stressed. I think part of the reason I'm stressed about this vlog is I filmed like a clip every day for a week, right, of like my writing process or progress. And some of the clips I'm like a little rough looking, you know? And I think I'm like anxious about putting them up, to be honest. But what's funny is you guys have seen me on stream with no makeup and like sitting, you know, in sweats, chilling, and nobody has said anything. So I don't know why I'm so in my head about it, but I kind of am. So I'll put it up though eventually. I didn't film all that for nothing, you know. I need to put it up. But I will. Maybe this is the push I needed, Araya, honestly. Oh, thank you, Ian. I appreciate those of you, especially that come like every time. It's so encouraging, you know, to feel like I'm not in this alone, you know. So valid though. Writing is always good. Yeah, that's true. And I needed, like, I feel like especially during while I'm in school, I only write mostly. It's not I only write on streams, but I mostly write on streams. So I wanted to like take a minute and write today without being on stream, right? For just a second. I wanted to like put on some ambiance and just like not be worried about Mike if he was running back and forth, and just, you know, be able to like get up and get my drinks when I wanted and stuff, and just kind of like chill and do it like, not that this is high pressure, because it's not. I actually feel really, really comfortable with you guys, but yeah, I don't know. I just wanted like a little time to do it on the down low, you know, for a minute. Christina, LOL, that's how I write often, productively procrastinating when I have to clean or something. So instead I write, yeah, that's what, yeah. Today my thing was I knew that I should do that vlog. I have not posted a vlog in like over 2 months. I need to post it. But yeah, I will say I'm also somewhat like anxious. Like today, tomorrow, and Thursday, I'll be somewhat anxious because we have this, excuse me, this thing happening at my apartment complex where the city is conducting random apartment inspections, just in our like complex. I'm sure they do it at all the different apartment complexes, but they're like randomly checking apartments. So you have to be ready for them to just randomly come and like show up at your door. And that has had me stressed out. I'm not gonna lie. Like, so yeah, I feel like that's another reason why I was like, I just want to do something light, you know, like writing to me is relaxing, you know? So I was like, let me just do that. I kind of prefer rough vlogs because it makes me feel like I don't have to be perfectly presented all the time either, you know? And honestly, I feel that way when I see people without makeup on. I'm kind of like, oh, that's much more relatable to me. Like, I enjoy it more. I guess it's just harder when it's easy to like acknowledge that. And then when you go to do it, like I can tell myself nobody cares, you know, but then when I go to do it, I'm like, oh my God, I'm in my Jimmy Jams with no makeup on and my hair like fresh out of the shower, sitting there talking about my writing in like low lighting you know, but truthfully, nobody cares. I know. I need to get out of my own head. Thank you, Edie. I'll work on that because I know you're right on that. And right on cue, we have Mike taking a big stretch and going off to do something to cause some sort of chaos. So, all right. Ian said, be right back. 55 minutes is my guess. Oh, I do have one last piece of lore, which I forgot about. So, Edie, when we spin the wheel, everyone guesses before I spin it, like how long they think or what time it's going to land on or what time they think it's going to land on. And if anyone guesses it perfectly right, then we have to spam the chat with gold stars for them as like a way of celebrating. So Edie says, and then there's me who cleaned the whole house yesterday rather than writing. That's what I had a big cleaning day 2 days ago because of the apartment inspection thing. I just wanted to make sure everything was super, together. I agree with Edie. Those types of vlogs are easier to connect with, especially when there's chaos too. Yeah. I had one where I swear, I don't know which vlog it was, but I swear there was a scene where I was like putting together my new desk chair. And later in the vlog, I look at my lens and I'm like, why does my lens look like blurry? And then I found out just by going through old footage, and I put this in there as like a cut too, right? But I found out Mike had like licked my lens of my super nice DSLR camera. You just see him walk right up to it, sniff it, and lick it. I'm like, oh my God, yeah. Yeah, because writing is a journey. That's true. That's true. OMG, that's illegal here. They need to give you 20. Well, now they did give us, I think that's illegal here too, right? For them to just show up. But it's more like they gave us notice and that they were like, we will come to random apartments between Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. So like they consider that giving us notice. But I would have preferred, can you tell us what units you're coming to on what day? Like to me, that just feels just out of basic human consideration. I feel like he would let people know so they can plan around it in case they want to be there, but they don't care here. I'm telling you, they don't care. Anyways, Christina says, OMG, I hated living in apartments for that very reason. Quite literally, not exaggerating, throws my nervous system out of whack. I don't like people in my personal space. The amount of panic attack. Yeah, I mean, they've done it. I've been here for when it's happened before, and it's literally a 5-minute thing. They like walk in, walk around, and walk out. It's very quick, and like nothing's ever come of it, but it's more just, I don't like it. I don't like being, I guess, judged on my living space, feeling like, oh no, is something gonna like catch their eye where they're gonna be like, it's against the rules to have a bookcase that tall or something. I don't know, like that stuff stresses me out. Okay, Edie says I'm gonna guess 30. Okay, so we have a 30 and a 55. Miley, hi Miley. Also, Miley, I have to tell you, I'm so happy. Like, this is horrible, but I'm happy that you're going to do story time like at a later date, because I tried so hard to proof my second chapter for story time. Like, I worked on it that whole last stream, and then I worked on it for a few more hours, and I still only got like 5 pages in out of 12. It was bad. It was taking me forever. So I'm so happy that you're going to do it again at a later date. Just saying, as a side note, while you're here, while I have you. Edie says 100%. I hate it when landlords, etc. treat us like we don't. Yeah. I mean, that really irritates me. It's like, and I don't think it's that hard to just sit down and make a schedule. I mean, I'm a big planner. You guys know that, right? So like, I just don't think it's that hard to sit down and make a schedule and send, and an email takes 2 seconds, right? To do like a mass email. I just always sit there and I'm like, how hard is it really to just set a plan and put it in place, Miley, yeah, we love Miley. Okay, well, I'm glad no one was as crushed about. Yeah, I could tell you were being hard on yourself. So I was like, I want to mention that I, for one, was actually very happy. But I'm excited I'm really excited to share, honestly, like this one, if I can finish cleaning it up, just because I think it's a good chapter. Like, I think the pacing's good. It's nothing too crazy. Like, I think it'll be good for a Miley story time, Christina says, same Edie. It was always how they woke me up in the mornings with hard knocking on the door. Oh, answer the door, shaking in PJs. Yeah. I mean, they here, we have like these really loud doorbells. So they just ring the doorbell, and we do know they have like a time frame, right, that they can come within. So it is a limited time frame. But during that time, I'm just very like, okay, I guess I can't go to the store or like go to my school for any appointments, which I'd like to do. You know, it kind of like keeps you stuck to your apartment if you want to be here when they come. So, hi, Nicole. Happy to see you. Happy to have you here. Also, hi, Edie. Yes, this is Edie's first time on the stream. So we were giving them the down low on the lore, on the wheels and everything. So, Miley, please remember, yes, that you're doing this out of the goodness of your heart, and we appreciate it so much. It's not your job to do story times. Yes. Like, no joke, Miley. I was thinking to myself, I was just like, you know, Miley is so hard on herself, because I could see in the chat you were like feeling down about it. And I was just like, Miley doesn't get anything out of this. This is purely like a community driven, fun thing. You know, it's the same thing where I constantly say that CK and Dami don't get enough credit for everything they do with the Discord. You know, it's the same thing. Like, Miley, I cannot say enough good things about that story time and how much that really, even just going that one time so far, has really helped like rope me into that Discord community, right? Like, every single thing that I get involved in through there is just like one step closer to like feeling more and more a part of something bigger, you know? So yeah, don't be hard on yourself over it. Like, I'm just thrilled to have it to look forward to whenever you feel like doing it. Even if you did it once every 6 months, I would just be like, just as thrilled, you know? So, all right. That being said, we have some people. Oh, hold on. My chat just buffered. Yes, Miley, we appreciate the story time whenever you can do it. No pressure at all whatsoever. Exactly. Love it when tradies are like, yeah, I'll be there sometime between 6 a.m. and 3 p.m. And then they'll show up at 4 p.m. Exactly. Yes. 100%, Edie. 100%. But I promise, and the people count on me, and you're so wrong, I do get something out. I love undivided attention to my performances. Oh, well, Miley, seriously, we all know, like, life happens. That's just part of life. Like, everyone knows that. And everyone in that Discord is so lovely. Like, I just can't imagine. Yeah, I can't imagine anyone actually being upset at you about it in any way. Spitting facts. I'm trying. I'm doing my best. Oh, you're so welcome, Miley. You're so welcome. All right. That being said, are we ready to spin the wheel and get over to some sprints? Because we have been yapping for almost a half hour now, guys. Okay. That's it. Decision made. We're going to the wheel. It's not in y'all's hands anymore, because we have been chatting for way too long. Here we go. Oh, I love this. Let's go. Spin the wheel. I love this. Quickly. All right. Gotta lock in chat. Yes. I love the yapping too. But it's dangerous. Okay. Everyone take 5 seconds. If you have not logged your guess yet, go ahead and drop it in the chat. If you said it earlier and you don't have confidence in me remembering, I'm pretty sure Ian had 55 and Edie had 30. But just in case you want to repost, you can. But you have about 5 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right. And we're spinning. $20. Cute. That's a good starter. Good starter sprint. I don't know if anyone guessed 20 actually, too. I think that might be an outlier here. Yep. Let's see. I'm going to get us back over to the master screen here. But yeah, we had a few 30s. That was close. That's not too far off. We had a 35, 45, 55. Miley came in here with the triple doob. The triple doom, which I swear I'm tempted to make a triple doom wheel. I've talked about that, but amazing. It matches up with my laundry. Nice. Precious tiny bitty sprint. Yeah, this is a baby sprint. This is a good little warm up. Let's see. But I have a feeling that then we'll have a long sprint next. That's my theory. Let's see. 6-month sprint. Did I tell you, who was I talking to? Maybe it was on here and I was talking to you guys about this, but like, no joke, there are some streamers on Twitch that they don't do productivity sprints. They do more like variety streaming. But there's one guy, Ludwig, and I think he holds the record. I'm going to look this up, but he holds the record, I'm pretty sure, for the longest stream ever. And I want to say it was a month at least straight. And he literally streamed while he slept. Okay. Okay, this is saying that someone else holds the record. But it was about a month too. But yeah, people do some crazy live streaming, like crazy stuff. I'm so ready to make chapter 28 my bitch. I love that. I love that. Yeah, several day stream. I feel like that would be, I will say never during like November when it's, you know, kind of like peak writing time, maybe as a special event type thing over a weekend or something. That could be kind of fun. That could be a vibe. Well, and I think the Writers Coven kind of is. It's just across several channels, but it's pretty much 24 hours. If all the slots get taken, it's pretty much 24 hours. So that'll be cool. And that'll be in October. All right, let's lock in here because it's only 20 minutes, right? We can do that. All right, that being said, I have 20 minutes on the clock. I had to like triple check again, but we have 20 minutes on the clock. I wish you all the best of luck, and I will see you on the other side of 20 minutes. Here we go. Okay. How did that sprint go for everyone? It actually, speaking for myself, went okay. All things considered for 20 minutes. Let me look at my... I got 120 words, 121. So that's something, you know? I'll take that for 20 minutes. Hi, Marco! Happy to see you. Edie says 204 words, then had to do laundry. Okay, nice. 204 is really good for a 20-minute sprint. That's very much solid. We're so happy to see you, Margot. I don't know how long you'll be able to stay, but we're so happy to have you here. Edie saying hi to Margot. Switch my laundry, now I'm making tea. Ooh, tea is a vibe. Tea is a vibe. I actually don't drink tea, but I like to have it on my desk and like be able to smell it. Beth says spent half of it playing on my phone. Also, what kind of tea, Miley? Just curious. But okay, Beth says spent half of it playing on my phone, then finally started beta reading for Ian that I should have started months ago. Nice, nice. I love when the two of you beta read for each other and you're both in here at the same time, like kind of like, I don't know, taunting each other a little bit about where you're at in the process. Ian says, no pressure, Beth. Oh, that's awesome. Let's see, Margot. I'm not sure either. Might end up randomly having to dip, but glad to be here for now. Same. Happy to have you here for however long, Margot. Totally understand. 100%. Black tea with my own chai spice blend, brown sugar, and milk. Okay. You may be converting me, Miley, because I'm trying to think if I have some black tea. I think I do. And I'm like, I'm not a big chai person, but I love brown sugar and I love milk. And I've never thought about adding that in after the fact. See, I never played around with adding stuff into tea after. I think I tried creamer once with it or something, and it wasn't very good. So maybe I need to just experiment with like some different mixtures or something. I had tea once at Starbucks too, and it was horrible. It was something called medicine ball tea. I don't know if anyone has had that before, but I went in and I was like really sick. And yeah, they made me medicine ball tea, and it was like drinking almost like it tasted like a bunch of sour head, like, you know, those sour head hard candies, almost as if someone had put a whole bunch of those in a cup and heated it up. It was so bad. Got caffeine, read like 2 lines, and noped out. I'll try again next sprint. No problem. You know, that's kind of the nice thing about the 20-minute sprint too, is like, if it doesn't go according to plan, it was only 20 minutes, you know? And if it does go according to plan, then it was only 20 minutes and you get to really hype yourself up because you get to be like, man, I got a good chunk of words in 20 minutes, you know? Hi, Mikey. You've got your T-bone. That's going to be really loud. All right, you guys will have to tell me if you can hear him chewing his T-bone. It's his favorite toy, so I'm not going to take it from him. Hopefully it won't be real loud. But just let me know if you do hear it, okay? Oh, Miley, that sounds so good. Homemade chai, yummy. Yeah, that does. I think anything homemade is probably pretty good. True, Beth. Miley says, okay, black tea with brown sugar and milk is god tea. I'm literally writing this down in my phone. I'm not kidding. I'm going to try. I don't know when I'll try. Maybe during this upcoming week. Or maybe when I go, I'm supposed to go for coffee with Sarah Jane this week. So maybe I'll try tea instead and see if they have this stuff where we're going. Black tea with brown sugar and milk. Okay. Sorry, I like to take notes. Otherwise, I will forget things. It will 100% happen. So let's see. And I need to make sure. Okay. There we go. Cool, cool, cool. Oof. The same name, medicine. Yeah, it's horrible. The name it was called Medicine Ball, I'm pretty sure. Americans are so creative with drink additives. It's so fun. You know what I've wanted to try? I'm not a big honey person, but everyone says tea with honey or honey with tea is really good, especially when you have a sore throat and stuff. I need to try that at some point. And I get a box of 100 tagless plain black tea bags for like $2. Ooh, that's a vibe. Yeah, the tea that I have some that are like, you know, tagless, but I have some that are tagged, and I love the ones that I have that are tagged. They have cute little inspirational quotes on them and stuff. So I will say I do like having that little pick me up, but tagless could be cool too. I also don't know what it's called, but my cousin used to make tea with the metal balls. I guess that's where you have like loose leaf tea. Am I right? And you like put it all in this little like metal ball, and it slowly kind of like ebbs into the water. I don't know if you know what I'm talking about, Miley. I could be talking total nonsense. Araya says, yeah, it's made with half lemonade, so it makes it a bit sour. Ooh. Is this the medicine ball tea? Because if so, that would explain it. It was rough. LMAO Edie, I think it comes from being roomies with a... Oh, there you go. I remember you mentioning this, Miley, when I was first getting to know you on here. I think you mentioned that you're roomies because we were sharing our thoughts. I have some strong feelings about Starbucks, but I'm not going to go on a rant about that. But Evelyn, I don't know if they sell Queen Victoria tea there, but it's the... Oh, all right, Edie, I'm making notes. I'm taking notes. Let's see. Queen Victoria tea. Okay. I'm making notes. Next time I go to Safeway, it's on. I'll have to take a look. Fun fact, Starbucks failed when they opened in Australia. We hate it. LMAO, only international. Ooh, that's funny. Very interesting. Yeah, I definitely think like back in my hometown, Starbucks was all we had for coffee, right? Like, and even then we only had for the longest time, we actually didn't even have a Starbucks for the longest time. Like, and then we only had one Starbucks. Yeah, we had one in the center of town. But that was it. We didn't have any mom and pop shop like style coffee places. But now that I'm in more of like a city, there's a lot more places to choose from. And I have definitely gotten away from like the Starbucks brand or like lifestyle, however you want to put it. Like I will still go to Starbucks every once in a blue moon because there is one right up the street from me that has a lot of good seating. And unfortunately, some of the places around here do get really packed where it's like hard to find a table. It's still hard at that Starbucks, but sometimes I'll check there, you know, if I'm out and about and I really want to hunker down for a bit and work at a cafe. But for the most part, I try to go to like individually owned ones now. I just think it's a lot nicer. Starbucks is a uniquely American monstrosity. It is not coffee, and Ruby will attest. Yeah, it's definitely like, it's almost like slices of cake in a cup or something. Like it feels very, very sweet for coffee. Like even the lattes, I do like the lattes that I would get, but you can tell they taste very, very much flavored. There's a lot of syrup happening in those drinks. Yes, loose leaf black tea is great too. I use the metal balls for that and they work the same as tea bags. Okay. Yeah, I just think that looks really cool. Whenever he would use that, I'd be like, oh, that looks dope. Yeah, it's tea, honey, and lemonade. Oh, worked at Starbucks for 3 years in college. Oh my gosh, all the Starbies like minds are converging right now in the chat. This is so awesome to know. Tea, honey, and lemonade. Yeah, it was rough. I'm not gonna lie. It was not great. My favorite drink at Starbucks, which I don't even know if they have it anymore, is I get a white mocha frappuccino with cinnamon dolce syrup. And I always tell people it tastes like Christmas in a cup, or even like fall in a cup, depending on what season you drink it in. It definitely gives holiday vibes. But they don't even have that consistently anymore. It kind of goes in and out. So, and that was like my biggest draw, was that drink. So, oh, this household also has strong opinions about Starbucks that we don't exactly air out on the internet. Don't want anyone to lose their job. Yeah, I get that. Maybe some people, yeah, that's exactly, Miley, you and I are aligned on this. I could already tell just from like the vague little nuggets we're dropping. Araya, you do have wonderful barista energy. Yeah. I could see that for sure. That's funny. I was very much a nice point person. Otherwise, you have the weirdos that stick to you. Yeah. I would imagine that some people get very attached to their baristas. Tea, honey, and lemonade is wild. Yeah, it was wild. It was wild. Rumi just said it's more like a popsicle in a cup because cake is better. Cake has texture. That's true. That's true. I agree with that. That's true. Man, I don't know any of this. I'm a black coffee girly. Oh, I mean, that's cool. That's dope. I can do black coffee if I have to, but I definitely like to at least have, a little bit of cream and sugar. That's another thing you guys do that's fun. Seasonal drinks. Wish we had that. I get so much FOMO. Honestly, they're not all it's cracked up to be. The white mocha one is not even considered a seasonal drink. I just think it tastes seasonal to me, but it is not considered a seasonal drink. Usually, I don't like the seasonal drinks very much, especially, well, I will say, so I used to go to Starbucks all the time in my hometown, right? And the baristas grew to kind of like me because I was very quiet and I would come and just sit at my table and I always wipe my table down when I left and everything. And so sometimes they would actually make me drinks for free to like try if they were trying new mixtures. And there was one that this one barista made me and it was like apple something. And let me tell you, that shit was incredible. If I can find what it was, I'll try and look through I took a picture of the label and used to order it just by like looking at the label in my phone, but I've since transferred that picture onto an external drive, but I'll have to see if I can find it again actually for the Halloween season once it gets here. Because that was banging. I'm sure it was horrible for me, but it was so good. But most of the seasonal drinks are horrible. Like pumpkin spice is, so gross. Like, don't even get me started. Just saying. I love seasonal vibes, but now every season is associated with consumption. It feels like, yeah, I don't really buy stuff. Like, I've always felt, how people buy stuff to like deck out their homes. And let me preface this by saying everyone should do what they want in their home. Okay. Right. Like if you want to decorate to the nines, go for it. But I'm with Miley on this one. I've always felt like, what are you going to do with that stuff when the season's over? Are you going to throw it out? Or are you going to like actually store that for years to reuse it year after year? So I don't really get stuff to decorate. My space is already pretty like not spooky, but because I have like a very dark academia aesthetic, like I have a what's it called? Candelabra. I have a candelabra chilling up on my fridge, right? For whenever I want to use it. Like that's Halloween vibes. I've got orange stained glass candle holder. I've got, a whole wall of like paintings that are old, really old paintings in dark frames and stuff. Like for Halloween, I feel my space is kind of Halloween year round. And then for Christmas, I'm just not that worried about it. I can put on Christmas shows and that's enough. I don't need to like go buy a ton of Christmas crap. But I like celebrating, like, for example, the Witch's Coven, where it's something virtual, like we're not having to buy. Well, some of us are going to go thrift costumes, I guess. But I like celebrating together. But yeah, I'm not a big consumer either during the holiday seasons. I'm a sweet drink person. I need my sugar. Yeah, me too, for the most part. Wait, is it still considered black coffee? If I only add sugar, to me, that's still black coffee because I don't put cream. Oh, maybe it is still black coffee. Maybe it is. I stand corrected, Christina. I think you might be right. Also, I am curious, Araya, what your favorite coffee order is. Just in general, it doesn't even have to be a Starbucks drink, but since you are kind of a professional, I would love to know. Or you were a professional, you know? But I would imagine a lot of those skills stick with you. So yeah, surely that's still black. That's what I think too. Send me the recipe so I can run it by Rumi. It might have changed because they recently switched how they make. Yeah, they did change a lot of stuff. Okay, I'll send it to you, Miley. If I find it's like an apple something. And it was so good. I have to see if I can find it. But if I do, I will send it to you, Miley. Margot, love thank you. I do too. I just love spooky. I don't know. Like, I love dark academia. Like, my whole vibe is pretty much, again, I don't want to be explicit about this. Do not support J.K. Rowling. Okay? Do not. But my whole vibe is pretty much like Hogwarts, but not kitschy. So, like, I don't have any, like, Hogwarts paraphernalia. I don't have the crest everywhere and stuff. But I have stuff where, like, my space looks as much like the Hogwarts castle inside as I could possibly make it, right? Like, kind of spooky, like dark academia, but also very, like, castle-y, if I can make it that way, you know? I have lots of little, like, figurines and stuff. So lots of, like, classic books on my bookshelf and stuff, like, all that good stuff. Let's see, which actually on this note too, I think I talked about this in one of my vlogs, but I'm not going to name it again because I don't want to totally dox him. But my brother's going to a school that's like incredibly dark academia, and I'm so jealous. And he was like sending me pictures from his visit, and I cannot wait to go visit and hopefully like just geek out because, yeah, I love dark academia. I like creating holiday vibes with colored lights. I have different sets for different seasons, so I don't have to do much in terms of material decor. Yeah, that's a great way to do it. For sure, 100%. Wish I knew how to decorate my place. All my stuff is thrifted, just FYI. Like, my entire wall of paintings, which one of my paintings, fun fact, one of my best thrift finds ever, and it's my biggest painting on my wall. It's slightly damaged because the people at the thrift put a sticker on the painting, not on the frame, on the painting. I could have smacked somebody. Not really, but like, who does that? But anyways, it is actually a museum replica that is hand painted of a old painting back from, I think it's very old. Hold on, let me look it up. But it's called Girl Reading. It's an 18th century oil painting. And I had a smaller version of it, like a print of it in a frame. And then I found this at the thrift and turned it around, and it literally has a paper on the back. And I won't say what museum it was made for, because I, again, don't want to like totally dox myself, but it was for a very well-known museum, and it was a replica painting, because a lot of times in museums, they will put replicas up instead of the actual original painting. And that was really cool to find. I'm not going to lie. That was pretty wild. So yeah, just saying, on decorating, you can find a lot of stuff at the thrifts, even seasonal stuff. Like, my thrifts already have a bunch of Halloween stuff out, and they've got some cute stuff. I just don't have room to put a bunch of stuff out, and I don't like to have a ton of clutter, you know? So seasonal stuff, I try not to go for too much. Not coffee. Hey, I'm still curious if it's not a coffee drink. Like, I'm still curious. Sorry, did I say coffee before? Any kind of special drink, I'd be curious. Lights, Christina, lights. Gotta look at the lights. I like energy drinks. They're a big deal on the West Coast at the local Dude, energy drinks scare me, bro. Okay, you guys ready for a lore drop? That's like really funny, but I don't know if you guys want the lore drop. I don't know. Maybe I should keep it to myself, because it's kind of a stupid story, but it is an energy drink story. Maybe I'll even save it for the next break, because we are chatting. We are gabbing. Like, Halloween lights. Yeah. Purple, orange, and green. Thrift stores usually have seasonal. Yeah, that's what I was going to say. Mine has a ton. Sorry, I meant Evelyn's decor is like Halloween light, not heavy, when she was saying it's kind of like Harry Potter, but not exactly. I feel like that's a perfect way of describing it, is Halloween light. for sure. Like honestly, like the movie Practical Magic and stuff. Oh my God. Yeah, anything that's like a witchy vibe, but not too explicitly witchy I just love it so much. Sticker on the painting is hurting. It killed me. And I really wish back then too that I had known the trick with the hair dryer. I didn't. And yeah, that's why that painting is partially in the corner. It's not great, but eventually one of these days I'm going to try and get it repaired. Initially I was like, oh, I'll fix this myself because I like to paint. I like to dabble, okay, in painting. And I was like, I can fix it. And then when I flipped it around and saw it was a museum replica, I was like, maybe I'm going to wait and have like a professional do that. Anyways, let's see. I'm so excited to move to a nicer place just so I can justify buying decor. Yeah, I definitely nested when I moved here. This was my first place living like by myself. And I definitely took the opportunity to nest. It's nice when you can do that and you don't have to bounce your ideas off anyone else, you know? I'm not sure that everyone would want to live in like a spooky, witchy apartment, but I love it. Margo the museum enthusiast is shaking in her boots. Yeah. I don't know if Margo's here, if she can hear this. Well, yeah, she is. Sticker on the painting is hurting my soul. There we go. Yep. Yeah. I didn't know that you were a museum enthusiast, Margo. That's cool. It's cool to know. But yeah, it killed me. Oh, LMAO, Christina, I get you now. Yeah, that's totally my bad, though. No, you're all good. You're all good. My Remy drinks so many energy drinks. Yeah, that's what it scares me. Like the heart, it would. But honestly, I can't imagine that Starbucks drinks are much better. That's the thing. They've got to have so much sugar in them. It can't be that much. You know, the Starbucks drinks and energy drinks have to be somewhat equal. Are they the type to drink several a day? I won't let myself have more than one. That's smart then. That's smart if you cap yourself at one. All right, let's see. Are we ready to go to another sprint? Because I feel like we've been gabbing. I mean, it is already 7:45. This is wild. Okay, we gotta get moving. All right, I'm gonna give you guys, because we gotta do some writing, right? I could hang and chat with you guys all day, but we're better than that, right? We're gonna fit some writing in there too at the same time, right? So go ahead. You have 5 seconds to put your guesses in, and then we'll go ahead and spin. Okay, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. All right. Got a good array. Here we go. $45. We were close to that 1 hour though. Oh, Ian and Beth. Look at that. Twinsies. Hold on. Ignore my timer and the alert. But Ian and Beth both got it. So we have to spam with gold stars for Ian and Beth. Everybody pop the gold stars in the chat while I get the timer set up. Let's see. And then I too shall add some gold stars. There we go. All right, cool. Nice. I feel like I need to program in, you know, that song that's like I shouldn't say from way back when, but the one that's like, celebrate good times, come on. You know that song or whatever? We need like some sort of celebratory song that plays while I click through the gold stars. I feel like I might have to add that a little. I might have to add a little something. I think that'd be so fun. I don't think I would imagine that song still falls under copyright. It's not old enough to not be copyrighted anymore, but I'm sure I could find something to set off because that'd be fun. That'd be a vibe. All right. Anyways, that being said, we have 45 minutes on the clock. I wish you all the best of luck, and I will check back in with you in 45 minutes. Here we go. I was jotting down one last little thought. How did that sprint go for everyone? Let's see. I was also like zoned out that sprint. I don't know if you guys could tell. I was pretty locked in. Edie, I think this was about the sound idea for gold stars. Yes, it's gonna be fun once I get that programmed in. I think that'll be a fun time. Hi Peyton, not sure if you're still here or not, but Peyton came in right at the top of that sprint, and Beth said going to start dinner, so we'll see if Beth makes it back in time to chit chat a little bit before we go into the next sprint. I'm trying to see where I started. Also, Peyton is here and she got 607 words. That's awesome, Peyton. That's great. You guys are smashing it. I swear, I always feel like I'm killing it, and then you guys come in with the word counts and I'm like, nope, I'm still in the beginner leagues over here, which is totally fine. It's just funny because I'm sure mine's at like 200 words, but 816 words, Edie. That's wild. Wow. Yeah, you and Peyton both did really well that round. Christina says, surprised I got back into the manuscript, so these 36 words are pretty awesome to me. Hey, let's go. 36 words is 36 more than you had before. Edie says, I think I'm finally making this climax make sense. Nice. Isn't that great? I love a good brain blast. That's what I'm in the middle of an argument between two male characters. I think I might have been at this point last time I streamed with you guys too. But I'm in the middle of an argument between these two main characters or male characters. And I've kind of gotten through a lot of the argument part. Now I'm more to like the logistics of the race / bet that they're going to do. So they're really close to just racing, right? Which is the point I wanted to get to. And I have to say that I may be putting brackets in for the race, which I never, ever do. But I need to pull my map out to actually accurately write that scene. So I may skip past it because I already know who's going to win and what's going to happen. But Christina says, woo, you guys did great. Yeah, I feel like everyone killed it. Let's see. Yeah, see, here's Edie to say right back at you, Christina. Exactly. I'm trying to think where I started. Okay, I started about here. So I got 261. But I have to say, I pondered for a lot of that sprint. Like, I was sitting here kind of like staring at the wall, thinking back and forth. I like would write and then erase and then write again. I definitely think I had a call with Kara this past weekend. We were writing like virtually off stream together. And I definitely think some feedback I got from her, which I think is very spot on, is I think I'm treating this first draft as if it's like a third draft. Like I'm trying to make everything perfect the first time through, or like as close as humanly possible. And that's really making me move very slowly, which is fine. But I think if I was more comfortable with just like getting ideas down on the page and then revising them later, I mean, honestly, I probably would have been done with this first draft already, you know. Christina says like a foot race or like vehicle kind of race. Foot race is really funny to me for some reason. Yeah, no, it's not going to be a foot race. It's actually going to be more like, okay, you guys see in my little, which I really shouldn't say too much, but I'm going to say it because y'all are my Tuesday, Thursday crew. And I feel like I can just gab with you guys, right? Like, so in my little collage here, my little inspo board, there's these little wind surfers in the sky. They're supposed to kind of be like, did anyone see Treasure Planet and like the solar surfers? It's kind of like that, but I changed the way they work a little bit. But yeah, they're like solar surfers. So I call them dune wings. Or drift wings. Sorry, drift wings. They were dune wings before, but then I changed the setting a little bit. So they're drift wings. And they're going to race on those. And they're racing between like lasers in the middle of the desert. That's why there's like the red and green lasers at the bottom of my board. So they're going to race between lasers, and it's like if you touch the laser turns red, and if you clear it, it turns like it stays green. So they're going to race through. There's a few different courses that they train on, but then they're going to race through one, and they've like made a bet on it. That's fairly serious and high stakes. So it should be pretty interesting. Yeah, but that's what they're going to race on. So I'm very excited about it. Thanks, Edie. Oh, sweet. My brackets be looking like, describe the setting, or, oops, remember this character exists. And I just keep writing LMAO. I abuse brackets so much. I really try, and just to be clear, I don't knock anyone for using brackets or anything. Like, I have no big, strong feelings about it. But I know for myself, I try not to use them too much, because if I get too comfortable using brackets, I'm going to end up at the end of my first draft with all the fun stuff written out, and then I'm going to have to go back and write like all the fight scenes and stuff that take forever. You know, I will have bracketed all those, and that's going to be a good way to get me to like give up on my book. You know what I mean? If I had to write that all at once, like if that was all that was left, that would drive me nuts. So I really try not to do it, but I do think in this instance, I'm going to use it just because, like I said, I need to pull out my map so that it makes sense, because I already used my map for a different drill that they do. So I need to keep it consistent. You know what I mean? So you totally did. No, you're sweet. I mean, I don't mind sharing. Like I said, I feel like you guys are my Tuesday, Thursday crew. I'm not going to like share too much to where it like ruins the story, but little things like that, I don't feel like I need to be so like overprotective or secretive about it. I really think once I'm done with my first draft, I actually want to do, you know how people on Instagram have been doing the like posts where they'll put kind of like an overview of their story, and then they'll do different posts for like each of their characters or each of their main characters. And they'll do like a post that's like the overarching story. So it'll talk about like the setting and kind of the premise and stuff. Like I really want to do that too, to like give people more of an idea of what my story is, because I feel like it's very vague. I'm intentionally very vague about it, but I think I'm going to wait until I'm done with at least my first draft, because I would hate to like make any big changes after doing that. You know what I mean? But I'm definitely getting super inspired by all the wonderful ones that have been going around. Like I think Joy did some that were really cool on her Instagram, Write with Joy, if anyone hasn't seen them, for her story Project Phoenix. So yeah, I think that would be really fun. Beth is back with food. Nice. Happy to see you, Beth. Did you make anything fun for dinner? Just curious. Christina says, "Oh, I'm not much on Instagram. I don't know what's going on over there in terms of the writing sphere anyway." Yeah, there's not like a ton. I don't do a ton over there. Oh, this reminds me. I need to post about my stream with Saoirse. I'll do that tomorrow morning, maybe. And I'll remind you guys about that at the end too. But I'm streaming with Saoirse tomorrow. I made a post ahead of time and then didn't. I need to post it. But anyways, yeah, people are doing fun little posts where they're kind of giving an overview of their story and their characters. And I feel like it's nice because you can take your time kind of like delving through it, instead of in a vlog. It's all kind of thrown at you at once and you have to digest it all at once. Whereas like with a post, you can kind of take a little more time with it. But I just think it's cool. But like I said, I'll probably do it after my first draft, because I don't want to make any big changes if I were to post about it. So Peyton says, I'm at 39,111 words right now. So I hope to reach 40,000 words tonight. That would be huge. You can do it, I think. I mean, I'm going to keep going for a little while. So at least a little while. I feel like lately I've been doing like these 6-hour streams. So if I stay on that trajectory, which I'm feeling good right now, I think you can definitely reach that, Peyton. I mean, heck, if we get a long sprint for the next time, if we get like, you know, for even another 45er, you'd practically be there, you know? So I have faith in you for sure. Beth said, I made tacos, but because I'm trying to cut out meat, I made potatoes for me. Ooh, fun. That's interesting that you're trying to cut out meat. That's really cool. I think I've said on here, but I'm like vegetarian, but not to an extreme. Like, I don't eat meat on my own, but if I were to like go out with a group and there's no vegetarian options, I could eat meat, kind of thing. But yeah, I switched and cut it out without even realizing it, really, just because a bunch of my coworkers were vegetarian, and like over time I just kind of became that way. Yeah, this is in regards to Peyton reaching 40,000. I'm sure too. She'll hit it. Beth, yeah, I have some digestive issues and meat is hard for my totally makes sense. Totally get that. 100%. Yeah, well, I wish you luck with that, Beth, because it's hard. I think any adjustment, big adjustments to dieting can be hard. So wish you luck. But it sounds like you're doing great with it. Love the idea of putting potatoes in instead of the meat. So, all right. That being said, how do you guys feel about... I mean, we did just come off of a pretty long one. I could throw y'all a question from my book, from my little 4,000 or 40,000 question book if you want, real quick. And then we could go into our next sprint. How are you feeling? You want like one question? Let me grab my book just in case while you all decide if you want to answer. But I could throw you just a softball, real easy peasy question, like a get to know you question. And then we can go into our next sprint. Let's see. Hold on. I'm going to just grab my book real quick. Okay, I'm back. That took me all of 2 seconds. All right, we're just gonna do one like softball question, and then we'll go into a sprint because I think a lot of us are on a winning streak here. But I do think breaks are important too, right? So okay, this is an easy one. Do you have any fun keychains on your key? Well, I think it means like, do you have any fun trinkets, I guess we could say, like charms or anything on your keychain, like for your keys? That's kind of a good one. That's a light one where I can get to know you guys. It's an easy one. Christina says, I'm at 44K myself. Nice in this draft. 1.5. Oh, draft 1.5 of this manuscript. Nice. Wow, Christina, that's awesome. Is this the fisherman? I could be wrong. No worries, Miley. No worries. Happy to have you back. In the middle of making shepherd's pie. Very cool. I have a friend that would be so jealous. She's really into making well, wait, is shepherd's pie actually pie, or is that more of like a stew? I think that's an actual pie, right? Question sounds fun. Okay, cool. Yeah, we'll just do one quick one and then we'll keep going because I know a lot of us are on a roll, myself included. So a sock. Oh, that's a good one. Oh my God, that just unlocked a memory I totally did not even know I had. A sock monkey. Wow, that's great. I have a Baymax, Big Hero 6, and a Baby Yoda keychain. Nice, Peyton. I do know Baby Yoda. And Baymax I know of. I will say Big Hero 6 is one of the few, like, that is Disney, right? It's one of the few Disney movies that I have not seen yet. I definitely need to watch it. My brothers have been telling me forever to watch it. They said it's really good. So I definitely need to check that out at some point. But that's really cool. Very cute. I have a few 3D printed pickles that are keychains. That's fun, Beth. I like that. Oh, Vamp Project. That's right. Sorry, I saw that, Christina. My bad. I'm going to go back to the pickle keychain, but your Vamp Project. I remember that. I'm sorry. Bad streamer. Bad Evelyn. I should have remembered that. Few 3D printed pickles. That's so cool. Did you 3D print them yourself, Beth? Because that's really cool. I've wanted to dabble in 3D printing. I think that would be really neat. We actually have some at the libraries over here that we can use. Well, I say over here, but the library's kind of in the area. I'd have to drive a ways to get to them, but they're available if I wanted to try it. Miley says it's stew baked with match. Okay, that's what I thought. I was like, I don't think it's an actual pie now that I think about it. No charms, just keys. But this still sounds really good, by the way. Fair. Totally fair, Edie. It's not everyone's jam, you know? Used to collect sock monkeys. Yeah. I totally forgot about that, honestly. Oh, you're so sweet, Christina. Yeah, I try to remember, because you guys are like my ride or die crew, it feels like, you know, that you guys are here with me a lot. So I still have the keychain from when I was 13. Wow, that's awesome, Ian. That's really cool. That's dope. No, my friend bought them and it was a jar of pickle. That's cute. Very cute. And I have like how do I explain this? LOL. It's a cute little boy dressed in a Dominican Republic flag. Oh, that's cool. That's really cool, Christina. That's very cool. I just said cool like 15 times in 10 seconds. Please ignore me. It's late here. It's been a stressful day. I'm just out of whack. I promise my vocabulary is much wider than just the word cool. I apologize. Much more varied. Edie says, sorry guys, gotta duck out for groceries. We'll be back soon. No worries, Edie. We'll see you in just a bit. Beth says, I'll have to post a picture on Discord. It's a little jar and it was full of 3D printed pickles. Yeah, definitely post a picture if you can find one, Beth. That would be super cool. I have a queen chess piece on mine. Because a while ago I used to be really into chess. Like, I still carry to this day. I think I commented this on someone's stream, or maybe it was in someone's video I commented, but I still to this day keep a chess strategy. Sorry, my mic was looped around the modem, but I still to this day keep a chess strategy book in my purse at all times. So it's like famous ending scenarios from pro chess games. I don't know what pro chess matches, whatever you call them, right? And it's where you can sit there and kind of run the different scenarios to figure out what the winning move would be, from either side, really, from white or black. But anyways, yeah, so that's what's on my keychain. But all right, well, very cool, guys. All right, that being said, we're going to go over to the wheel. So if anybody would like to put their guesses in, I'm going to give you about 5 seconds to do that before I spin it, starting now. And then we'll take her for a spin and see what we're in for. Okay. Looks like we've got a good variety here. Okay. Very cool. All right. 5 seconds are up. I feel like that was a good solid 5 seconds. Here we go. Why are we getting the baby sprints tonight? I mean, I guess we did just do a 45, so they're not all baby sprints, but 30 is that's pretty teeny tiny. Let's see. All things considered. Let's see. Let me make sure. Okay, now I'm gonna go check. Ian got it again. Peyton wasn't too far off. But man, Ian, you are killing it. Didn't you get it twice last stream too? Wowza. All right, I'm throwing in some stars of my own. Let's see. For Ian. All right, there we go. Okay. Yeah, all the stars for Ian. Very cool. I need to set up, and I will set up like a little celebratory song that can play for that in future. Definitely. Yeah, somehow Ian is like able to see 20 seconds ahead in the stream. I don't know how he's doing it, but he's doing it somehow. All right. But 30 minutes is pretty good. That's really nothing to sneeze at, I guess. All right. That being said, we have 30 minutes on the clock. I wish you all the best of luck, and I will see you on the other side of 30 minutes. Here we go. All right. Welcome back, writers. How was that sprint for everyone? I'm not gonna lie, this time around I don't know that I can even give a word count because I was kind of jumping around a lot. I don't know that I added too many words, to be totally honest, but I did fix some spots that needed some smoothing out, if that makes sense. And then I transferred some notes here for what I need to hit in order to like finish off to officially reach halfway in the chapter, which it might look like a lot, but it's really not. Especially since I'm going to bracket the race, I think. So yeah, I'm feeling pretty good, honestly. Like, I've got a groove going. I'm feeling all right, you know? Also, yes, I do have to say that Ian did tell us he has a DeLorean. I apologize, Ian. Ian did tell us the secret of his ways, you know? So we have been warned. We have been warned. Georgette, I saw that you came back from my meeting and did get fired. Yay. I totally remember what that felt like when I worked like a corporate job, you know, to be called in for a meeting and your heart's just like beating out of your chest. So I empathize. I'm very happy for you. And we're happy to have you back with us. So Miley says, phew, the pie is in the oven, and now I get to actually sit comfortably in my living room while I wait. Nice. I'm excited to hear how it turns out. I don't know how long that'll have to sit, but it's very exciting. Peyton got 537 words. That's awesome, Peyton. I know you're also trying to bridge a gap of about 900 words, right? So you're really close. You know, you're really killing it. You're going to reach it by the end of the next sprint. I'm convinced. As long as it's not like a 20-minute, I think you'll be okay. And even a 20-minute, you might be okay. Oh, here we go. Here's my answer. Just 352 more words and I'll reach 40,000. That is insane. That's super exciting, Peyton. No words, but got groceries and I'm currently cooking lunch. Very nice, Edie. That's awesome. And honestly, that's why I call this productivity sprints instead of writing sprints, because I do feel like that happens to me sometimes with some of my favorite, you know, author tubers, where the sprints fall during a time where like I have other stuff I have to get done, you know, but it's still nice having that in the background and having that sprint format. So as long as you're being productive, I'm happy for you, you know. Edie at Georgette, we love to see it. Yeah. I read to chapter 4. Very nice. Very good, Beth. Christina got 60 words. I'm just getting through this scene and hopefully can get to write some new stuff in the next sprints. Nice. That's a great feeling. And 60 words is pretty good. That's pretty good. Let's see. Ian says, I was going to ask how you could possibly be making lunch when it's only 8:30 a.m. where you are, but then I looked at the clock. We've been on for 3 hours. Yeah. I feel like I may keep to this like longer format. We'll see. You know, I only promise people that I'll stream for like, I guess it's 3 hours, 3.5, because I stream from 6:30 to, I can stream from 6:30 to like 9:30 my time pretty consistently. But then I say everything past that is gravy, which we're at like 9:30 now. But honestly, now that I'm like mentally prepared going into these, that they might go for 6 hours, it's actually not as bad as you might think, you know? And I feel like it is nice because then I get to connect with all the writers that fall in the time frames behind me. Whereas before I was really missing out on like connecting with a lot of those people because I would be signing off right as they were coming on, you know? So yeah, we've been on for a hot minute, but I also feel like I make a lot of progress during these streams. And the last couple times that I've done the 6-hour sprints, or the 6-hour streams, oh my God, a 6-hour sprint would be wild, but a 6-hour stream, Like, I've made good progress in my story, and I really want to make more progress consistently. So I may try and stick with this for a while. Now, once Halloween hits, if I start doing a bunch of like special streams, I may trim this down a little, but we'll see. We'll see. You know, I don't want to think too far ahead. Okay, nice. How do we feel about doing another little get to know you question? What are we thinking? I know we're on a roll, but maybe just doing one question and then we can spin again. Because I think some of us are deep in it at this point, myself included. We're like zoned in. Oh, yep. We're going to skip the politics chapter. We're not going to ask questions from there. Okay. Here we go. Habits could be a good one. Okay, I just have to laugh out loud really quickly about one of these questions because it says, what do you sleep in? And all I can think is like, what are the options? Like a bed or a coffin? Like a coffin is the only other thing I can think of, you know? So like, why would you, a cradle? That's true, Ian. A cradle would work, I guess. But if you're sleeping in a cradle and writing a novel, you're way ahead of the curve here, you know, like, unless they make adult cradles, I guess that could be a thing. We're getting into some, oh, Beth, maybe you're right. Do they mean bedclothes? They might, they might be like, what do you, but wouldn't you phrase it as like, what do you wear to bed instead of, what do you sleep in? I don't know. Okay, maybe I misread that whole that whole question. I'm telling you, I'm getting loopy because it gets, once I'm on here for a certain amount of time, I guess I get a little loopy, but all I could think of was like Abby from NCIS who used to sleep in a coffin. Does anyone know what I'm talking about? I feel like I'm going to sound really crazy if not, but she used to sleep in a coffin in the show. And so that's all I kept thinking was like, what do they mean? What do you sleep in? A bed? Oh my God. Do they mean bedclothes? Yeah, I feel really silly now. Yeah, see, that's the thing too. It's either PJs, underwear, or nothing. Not a lot of options. Used to be a mattress or on the floor for me, but I've upgraded. I feel we have all been there. We have all been there, Edie. Trust me. I feel you. All right, let's pick a different question because that was kind of a weird question. And I wasn't really asking. I was more just commenting on it. But anyways, let's see. Oh, this is a good one. What do you like to snack on between meals? What do you like to snack on between meals? That's a good one. I know for me, it's Cheez-Its. Cheez-Its are my kryptonite, man. Especially the white cheddar ones. Oh, those are brutal. Those are brutal. So yeah, what do you like to snack on between meals? Just curious. Okay, this is a good one. Bad day, cereal. Fair. Relatable. Relatable. Good day, Cruskets with hummus and chili oil. Ooh. Fancy. I've actually never had hummus, believe it or not. I need to try it. I need to try it. They've got all kinds of flavors now. I need to give it a crack, right? Beth says, I'm a big snacker. I could just eat snacks all day in the hell with real meals. Yeah, I've heard that that's like better for you, actually, if you eat like healthier snacks, like as long as you're not eating probably what I'm eating, which is like all Cheez-Its. I've heard it's good for your metabolism to kind of like eat smaller meals throughout the day. Oh man, I don't even know. Whatever's around the house. I don't have a go-to kind of thing. Man, is that like, I feel like Cheez-Its are my designated go-to for sure. 100%. That's interesting that people don't really have that. Ian says nothing. I don't snack. You don't snack? How do you snack? Maybe snacking is an American thing. I don't know. I could see that. But homemade jerky when I have some made up. I've never had jerky either. I need to try jerky. at some point too, because I keep hearing about it. Eddie says, Edie, sorry, Edie. I caught myself. I'm not a big snack person though. It's usually an emergency measure. Interesting. So we've got like both sides of the coin here. Because Beth is like, you know, we used to call this a grazer. If you like to snack all day, like in my family, we call it a grazer. And we don't mean it as a derogatory term at all. It just means like you like to graze on food throughout the day instead of having big meals. But it is interesting. We have definitely built up this culture that's kind of centered around having like 3 meals a day. But I'd be curious to know if that's actually better for you or not, right? So interesting. Peyton says, right now I'm eating Airhead Extreme Bites, but honestly, I love fruit so much. I love having strawberries or another type of berry. So I still to this day have not had a strawberry, just saying. And Airhead Extreme Bites, I think I've at least had Airheads, and those things are good, not gonna lie. So I definitely understand the appeal there. And then as far as fruit, I will say, I live in a pretty like diverse area, and a lot of my friends, like one of my good friends is from Brazil, and she always is saying that like fruit that's grown in the US is not nearly as sweet as fruit grown internationally. And we have some international grocery stores here. I really need to go try some of the fruit that's like imported. And I like the fruit that's grown here too. Like it's fine, but I am really curious to try stuff from other areas, actually, in the fruit family. I snack and eat big meals. I love food. Same, Araya. I'm with you. Beth says, LOL, I eat the bad stuff. But yeah, I should do some better snack prepping so I can make better choices. Let me be clear, Beth. I am eating Cheez-Its out of the box. So I am not qualified. Like, please don't take anything I said on this topic as any sort of like judgment if you eat Cheez-Its or snack all day or whatever, because I'm horrible, right? Like I eat Cheez-Its, but yeah, I'm with you. Like I think I should definitely, if I had more stuff prepared, I'd probably eat a little better too. If I don't snack, I die. You know what I've gotten in the habit of doing, which is really bad with going back to school, is I use snacks as like a reward for finishing assignments. And I think that's where it gets dangerous, you know, where you're like, finished an essay, I deserve a little treat. I deserve to treat myself to like 10 Cheez-Its, you know. Like that's bad, you know. But I love a good snack. I feel like I was just raised, like, especially when you're watching a movie or something, you have to have a snack. Like, we never went to the movies without a snack, you know? It's really hard to just sit there and sit still with nothing in your hands. You know what I mean? Like, I think that's part of it too. If I'm writing, I like to snack on pumpkin seeds, sunflower seeds, or those Skittle gummies. Oh, my favorite. Okay. I haven't had Skittle gummies, but I love the Lifesaver gummies. That was like my go-to when I would go watch dance competitions, and I'd be there all day, and I would bring Kit Kat minis and Lifesaver gummies, and that would be my snack like all day, because I didn't leave for big meals. I just was constantly, because you don't want to miss, you only have so many breaks between pieces and stuff. And then on the topic of sunflower seeds, it's so funny. I went through a big phase where I was really into sunflower seeds after the movie Holes came out. Does anyone remember that movie Holes? And there was the one prison, well, I say prison guard, but I don't know what his technical title was, because I don't think they were in like a work program, I think. But anyways, he would constantly eat the sunflower seeds, and I loved that movie. And so after that, I went through like a big phase where I was really into sunflower seeds, but I have not had them in forever. Never had a strawberry. We must fix this, dude. I'm telling you, where I used to work, they found out that I have a super limited array of foods that I eat, and they started tackling that like little bit by bit. Like I had my first piece of pie at that job. Yeah, and that was very recently, like within the last, year and a half, 2 years, I had a piece of pie for the first time. And that was an experience. And I had no clue that they had so many pies, by the way. I had no clue. There's a whole movement around pies. I think I mentioned earlier, but I've got a friend who likes to make them too. But yeah, I just never ventured into that area, I guess, like that field of food. But yeah, I've never had a strawberry. Another one that always shocks people is I've never had like a Slurpee. I think I was talking to Taylor about this, but yeah, I've never had a Slurpee, which that feels like a cultural thing to miss out on. Like, I know in America, it's a big thing. I used to have students that would like on 7-Eleven. Is it 7-Eleven? Yeah. On 7-Eleven on the date, they would go and get the Slurpees where you can bring in whatever size container you want. And they would literally bring like buckets and get Slurpees. It was pretty surreal. Yeah. But yeah, strawberry, I'll have to try it at some point. Now, I will say I've had like strawberry banana smoothies. So I've had a strawberry in that sense. But yeah, I've never like just eaten a strawberry or had it in anything else. Chips and salsa is definitely my fave writing snack. So is candy. Chips and salsa is really good. You know what I love chips and salsa with? This is going to sound really weird, but with Survivor, the show Survivor, chips and salsa is so good while watching that. I just love eating while watching Survivor, to be totally honest. There is something like food is so much more satisfying when you're watching people on an island talk about how hungry they are. You suddenly appreciate that, you know, frozen pizza so much while watching it. It's just wild. But anyways, that's quite an experience. I recommend it if no one has tried it. I wouldn't make a habit out of it or anything, you know, it's probably not the healthiest thing, but like if you really want to like bask in a meal you've made, watch Survivor and eat it at the same time. It's real fun. Strawberries are so overrated. I'll only eat them if they've been frozen and thawed because it makes them less sour. Ooh, interesting. I'll have to keep that in mind. But I do like a strawberry banana smoothie, but maybe those are frozen and then thawed. I recently made a bunch of pickled dressed vegetables and they're just sitting there in the fridge so I can make meals with them. It's been good so far. Ooh, so like pickling, like actually pickling them in the jar, right? That's pretty cool. No, I took no offense. I'm actively trying to improve my eating habits, making better. Yeah, same. It's hard. It's hard. So I'm with you, Beth. I'm with you on that. I mean, I love a lot of snacks. Like I love Cheez-Its too. I like all kinds of foods. Same, Christina. Yeah, I remember going to 7-Elevens as a kid, picking up Slurpees. Good times, good times. Yeah, we used to have them as like rewards. Even when I played soccer when I was really young, the coach would be like, okay, if you all can do this drill or whatever, like the winning team, you know, if we would scrimmage or something, he'd be like, the winning team, you know, can go for Slurpees or something. And I'd be like, that's not appealing to me, you know, but my kryptonite was always chocolate milk. That's why I still drink chocolate milk, even on streams and stuff. I love it. It's so good. I just made breakfast, a giant omelet and 2 toasts. Not sure if I can write while eating them. No worries, Georgette. You can always take, you know, this is kind of the nice thing about getting to be a viewer versus the person streaming, right? Like I'm on camera. You guys can see me. I'm very much held accountable to you guys. But for you all, you know, and I would love for you to be just as accountable and be in this the whole time. But like, if you take 10 minutes to sit and eat your breakfast and then write on the next sprint, you're okay. You know, that's fine. You're still putting in the work. You're still showing up in my book, right? You're still showing up and putting in the work. So, dude, chocolate milk, there's just something magical about it, especially having it as an adult. It's just like, it's such a free will moment, right? An indulgent thing to have. I feel like, you know, yeah, I could sit here and have wine while I stream and that'd be fun. But there's something special about, you know, something indulgent about just having chocolate milk. But anyways, it's also, I have to show you guys, you'll laugh so hard. I thrifted this Disney World mug, okay? Because I'm obsessed with like thrifted mugs. And I also love Disney because I love like Disney live streams and stuff, like the actual Disney parks. So this is the mug I thrifted that I'm drinking it out of. And I love this mug, right? But I picked it up and I thought, oh, this is so cool. Like, I have to have it. And then I saw the handle. Can you read that? It says grandma. But I don't care. I still love this. I love this Disney mug. Yes. Yeah. I love having things I loved as a child. Yes. I feel like there's something so like comforting about it. Like sometimes too, I'll watch like old for ambiance, I'll watch old like video games I used to play, but I'll put the volume down really low, you know. There's something, yeah, special about the nostalgia. Yeah, definitely, Georgette. I agree 100%. I'm so sorry, but I absolutely hate milk, period. You know what, Christina? You're not alone, and you're not the first person to express that sentiment to me, so you're totally fine. I still love you regardless, but yeah, I'm definitely a big milk person. In general, my hobbies and all, same. Yeah, I love a good sentimental moment or nostalgic moment. Thank you, Peyton. Yeah, I'm a big Disney girly. Grandma, yeah. Yeah, I did not see it until I was like walking to the checkout, but it's just on the handle and it's kind of a vibe, you know. And you know, sitting here writing all the time, it's, you know, I feel like it works. It's kind of cozy vibes, right, to have the grandma mug. So not grandma. Yeah, the grandma just makes it more wholesome. Oh yeah, I feel that way too, right? It's kind of like a comfort vibe. And when I sit here and write with you guys, I'm in a very comfortable, you know, chill vibe. So very warm and cozy, right? OMG, I hate milk. No, it's okay. It's all right. I'm just teasing you guys. It's all good. I hate milk too, as does my, listen, I feel like I would not have been able to do well with lactose had I not totally, I've heard that if you like drink a lot of it, like if you just push through and keep drinking, that you can sometimes alter it, like as a kid. And I think that's what I did. It's grandma chic. Exactly. Grandma chic. I love that. It's like, what was that aesthetic that went viral a while ago? It was like coastal grandma. It's not very really very well. I guess it could be considered kind of coastal because Disney World is in Florida, so you could say it's coastal grandma. But yeah, love that. Grandma chic. Yes, Peyton, you get it. I get so queasy whenever someone just brings it up. I'm pretty sure my mom said I stopped drinking milk at like 2. Okay, I'll try. I'm gonna move on from milk because I don't want to make Christina nauseous or anything. I will defend milk forever. Dude, Georgette, you and I are on the same wavelength. I think we just became best friends. I became lactose intolerant after a year of veganism. I'm so mad. Yeah, that's what I've heard, that changing up your diet can affect it for sure. That's a bummer. But you'll be okay. You're probably better off without it, to be honest. Like, too much dairy really isn't good for you. Like, I know it's not good for me to sit and drink all this, but maybe your milk is different than American milk. I have a strong feeling about that. Ooh, okay. The battle of the milk is on, I guess. No, we're good. We've got on a major tangent. I feel like we're ready to get back to sprinting. I love how I was like, we're just going to do one quick question. And I feel like we went on a tangent for a hot minute. So yeah, I'm definitely ready to get back into it. Let's see. Yeah, let me take you over the wheel. Okay. So everyone has 5 seconds to log their guesses. If you all want to pop your guesses in the chat, and then we'll take the wheel for a spin. Yeah, I really think I might need to do, someone suggested doing like a tea timer where it's like spilling the tea and making another wheel that's like smaller times. It's like 5, 10, 15 minutes or something. I think we might have to do that. When I first started out and there weren't many of us, like, it wasn't a problem. But I think now I'm becoming buddies with you guys and it's too easy to yap now, you know? Georgette, no, I love the yap. I do too, girl. But oh my gosh, I don't know, man. I can't be trusted with the yapping. Yeah, I think it might have to become a thing. We'll see, just to keep us a little more structured. Edie also says, in case you guys got the wrong idea from my pickled veg, I'm currently eating the most foul breakfast burrito and having a great time. Hey, we're not judging. Everyone is all are welcome here. All right, all are welcome. All right, here we go. We're gonna take her for a spin. $40. Okay, perfect. Let me pop us back over here. All right. Let me get this set up. All right, let me see if anyone... Man, we had some people close. Christina and Edie, you were wicked close. And really, Peyton was too, from the opposite side. Yeah, that was wild. I was so close. Yeah, you guys were really close. Just not... No one gets gold stars this time. It's the first time in a hot minute. Let's see. Yeah, I love the idea of a yap timer. Yeah, I think we might have to, because I like you guys too much, you know? And now I'm just super happy to sit and just yap away when we probably should be writing, in all honesty. Look, we all know it's true, right? We hate to admit it, but we know we should be writing more. I have my other streams, my special edition ones, that are more for yapping, you know? Like, those are more yap friendly. I need to get one of those on the calendar so that we can yap away on there. Like I said, I want to do too. I'm thinking about maybe doing one that's like a getting to know you stream or something, where we can just sit and yap the whole time for a hot minute, you know, and just take a break. 40, this message is late. Georgette. Nice try, girly pop. All right. That being said, triple check. Yeah. That being said, I have 40 minutes on the clock. I wish you all the best of luck, and I will see you on the other side of 40 minutes. Here we go. Almost forgot I had to bring my mic over. Anyways, how did that sprint go for everyone? I ended up getting... Let me see. I'm going to try and find out where I started while you all kind of decide, you know, how much you want to share about what you did that sprint. But let's see. Oh, and some of this I did jump around again just a little bit. So this is really not going to be an accurate number. 244. But really, I got more than that because, like I said, I jumped around. I jumped up here a little bit and stuff. But I'll take 244. You know, I'm content with that. How did it go for you guys? Also, I saw that Georgette took a break to eat dinner, I believe. So we will see her when she gets back on, hopefully. And then Beth had to dip out to do her nighttime routine. But thank you, Beth, for being here. Also, we had Charlie pop in and say hi. That was much appreciated. So happy to have her swing by. Christina says, I deleted some stuff and added about 64 new words. Ooh, awesome. That's really good. I feel like deleting stuff is also still progress, right? Still working on iterating your story to make it the best that it can be. So all progress. Peyton got 557 words, officially at 40,205 words. Oh, that's awesome, Peyton. How cool to be here for a landmark moment, you know? That's awesome, Peyton. You know what else I'm going to add in? I need to add in like a firework overlay or something for special moments like this. Like a special graphic of some kind. I'm making a note right now. Can't believe I hadn't thought of that earlier, actually. And once I figure it out, Peyton, I owe you one, okay? Whatever the graphic is, figure it out and I'll pop it up for you once I have it ready. Yes, congrats, Peyton's awesome. Georgette says, I'm full and haven't even finished what I cooked yet. Guess I have lunch accounted for. Nice. Yeah, that's always nice when, you know, you have a little extra you can set aside and save, right? It's actually, breakfast. Okay. So I wasn't sure about the time zone, so I couldn't remember. I think you had mentioned earlier, but I was like, I'm going to take a shot in the dark here and say dinner. But okay, breakfast. Nice. Very cool. Oh, and you told me this, Georgette, because you said it was an omelet and like bacon or something, or an omelet and eggs. So you told me this. That's my bad, Georgette. I apologize. Yes, everyone's telling Peyton congrats. It's awesome. Christina says, oh, Def, I'm queen of deleting words. I added the day before, to be very honest. You know, I was watching someone who was saying, and I think it was Hannah, if you guys know Hannah Grace Fletcher, who I love. She was saying she did a challenge where she was like writing every day in the month of, was it July? I guess it was July, not June. I'm trying to remember, but I think it was July. And she was like, I'm going to write every day, even if like I only write one sentence and then delete it the next day. I at least want to sit and like look at my story and write something every day. And she said that that was a really cool experience. I also delete stuff after the fact sometimes. I do. Well, I had a big moment on this stream one time where I deleted I deleted like 900 words out of my chapter 8 one time, and that was like a knife to the chest, but it was absolutely the right call. So yeah. Go Peyton. Yes. I love that Edie's celebrating Peyton as well. Gold stars. Maybe I need like a gold star graphic for big moments instead of fireworks. I'll come up with something. We gotta have something on hand. Lunch eaten. Nice. You can check that off, Edie. Also can't write while eating. Yeah, you can't. It's not reasonable. You know, you gotta do one thing at a time. I totally get it. So omelet and two. I knew it was an omelet and something else. Edie, I can't even drink and walk at the same time. Whenever I have a water bottle or something, I have to stop and drink. You know what? Makes sense. Makes sense. It's probably less hazardous too. I feel like there's always a chance while you're taking a drink that you could trip and fall or something. So that's probably a smart thing to do, to stop while you're having a drink. Most I've ever deleted at once is 11,000 words. Oh my God, that would kill me. I mean, I'm sure I could do it if I knew it was like, as I'm sure you knew, you know, that it was the right thing for your story. Maybe I could do it, but my gosh, that would kill me. It feels so good to delete words, to be honest. Oh my gosh, that would be so hard. I will say, when I was rewriting my chapter 2 or revising it for Miley, there was a whole section that I did change quite a bit. I wouldn't say I deleted the whole thing, but I changed a lot about it. So I get that. And I felt much better afterwards. Yeah, I delete, but I keep it in the scraps folder of my scriv. Yeah, there are some people too that say, and I kind of made one, I think I called it cuts or something, but like I edit and write in Google Docs. So some people will make another Google Doc and still format it the same way you would a manuscript with like the different chapter headings, but then they'll put their scraps, like their cuts, in that document. Which I think I have one like that. I think I ended up putting my chapter 8 in there, but I haven't revisited it since, because I don't cut often. And if I do, it's not huge amounts, right? And for example, like the chapter I was editing for Miley, I ended up just copying my whole second chapter into a completely separate doc, so that I could edit freely without feeling like worried about keeping track of what I was cutting and whatnot. So deleting words kills me. I hate it. Same. Like, what if I end up needing them? Yeah, fair. But usually I will say, I think you know in your heart of hearts when you like need to scrap something. Like, I'm sure Edie knew, you know, that the 11,000 words needed to go. And it's the same thing. I knew that my 900 words in chapter 8 had to go. Like, it just wasn't working. And it was not going to work. And what I ended up with was so much better. Like, I'm really glad that I made that call, but it sucked in the moment. Yeah, absolutely. When I say delete, I don't mean delete. I'm not a psychopath. They go in the scrap doc. Yeah. No, very psycho behavior. Yeah. But if you keep it, it's not too bad. Even when I'm going from 0 draft to first draft words, sometimes I'll copy the 0 draft into scraps just in case. That's smart. Yeah, I definitely think when I do my second draft, because this is my first draft, I consider my outline a 0 draft. So then this is my first draft. When I go to my second, I'm going to probably do a whole nother, like I'll probably duplicate this document so that then I can go in and edit, but always have this one to reference. Not going to lie though, I'm getting towards the end of my Google Drive storage, so I'm gonna have to clean some stuff out, I think, if I want to do that, because duplicating a document that'll eventually end up being a little over 100,000 words is going to be, I feel like that'll take up a lot of space, but we'll see. But it is all text. There's no photo or video or anything, so hopefully it wouldn't be too bad. But and then I have gone through to get old words from the scrap bin again. Yeah, that's smart. Who was I watching that was saying, especially descriptions? I think it was Brielle that I was watching, who was like, yeah, especially like sections where you're just kind of describing like the scenery around you or things like that. Those are good to kind of keep. You can like go back and pluck those out and keep those a lot of the time. And like I probably salvaged 3K from that 11K. Nice. Yeah, the 900 that I got rid of, which is nowhere near 11,000, but the 900 I got rid of, I don't think I kept anything from it. I needed to totally change direction a little bit. That made no sense. I needed to totally change direction. Georgette says, I consider my outline my zero draft too. Twinsies. Yeah, definitely. I mean, I've shown my outline on here before, like blurred, but it is thorough. And I definitely think, especially in talking to other writers and kind of gauging their reaction to it, I would definitely consider it a zero draft. It's a healthy document, you know, it is thick. So nice. Yeah, I also use words from that scraps folder. I'll remember, like, didn't I use this one phrase already? Go back in the folder and find it and use it. Yeah. Yeah. Yep. All right. Let's do, you guys want to do one question and then we'll do at least one more sprint. We'll see where the wheel takes us. If it takes us to an hour, then it'll probably be just one more sprint. But if it ends up being a shorter one, we may be able to get two in. We'll see. But let's see. If there's a question, I can lob at you guys real quick. Oh, actually, Georgette asked a question. Okay, will you do traditional publishing or indie? Oh, well, if you guys have questions, feel free to throw them in. I never really open it up to questions because I feel like people don't really have questions, but no, I'm happy to answer if you have them. Will you do traditional publishing or indie? I'm going to do indie because I'm a control freak and it's my first book. And I want that like control, I think, for my first book. I have a lot of strong feelings about trad. But I also think everyone should do what they want to do. But for me, at least this first time around, I want to try indie. I feel like most of the stuff that I would need to know for indie, I can figure out for the most part, you know? So there's a lot of good resources online, and I feel like, yeah, I think I could do it. And like, why not? Right? First time out the gate, just try it. Because I think with traditional publishing, there's a lot of factors. I have a lot of thoughts about trad, but one of the big things too is like your book, as far as I'm concerned, could be great and still not get picked up by a traditional publisher because it may just not be what they're looking for at that time, you know? And I don't necessarily want my book to be sitting waiting for its time, right? Like when I'm ready for it to go, I want it to just be out there, instead of having to wait on someone else to kind of say it's good enough or that it's the right time to put it out there. If I think it's ready, I want to be able to chuck it out there. So a question for us. No, you're good, Georgette. It's honestly super sweet that you asked because I don't really get questions or really ask questions or get questions in the chat too much, to be honest. I'm a bad question. No, you're good. No Hannah skills here. Yeah, Hannah is like the best when it comes to questions. She's so skilled with that, I'm telling you. But no worries. Honestly, I'm totally fine chilling with you guys. Georgette, I will give traditional a go for like 6 months. And if that doesn't work out, I'll go indie for sure. Yeah. I think, you know, like everyone should do what they want for sure. There are some people that are really happy with traditional. Like I know Lynn, I think, has done some videos where she's said she's very happy that she went traditional and is having a great experience. So, you know, to each their own for sure. But some of these are quite random. Let's do a quick one because I think we can just hop right back into sprints, to be honest. Oh, this is really random, but kind of interesting. While watching sports on TV, which I don't know if any of us watch sports. This may be a total swing and a miss kind of question, but while watching sports on TV, do you have the volume on or off? I didn't even know that was a thing to watch sports with the volume off. I mean, I don't watch many sports, but honestly, if I did, I would have the volume on. I mean, I guess if you had a bunch of friends there with you and you wanted to mute it so you could like talk over it, I don't know. Very interesting. Yeah, Christina, why would the volume be off? That's what I'm thinking. I'm like, what the heck? I mean, I'm definitely thinking this is aimed at like, you know, if a group of guys get together to watch a football game, maybe they mute it so they can like talk to each other while they're watching. Like they could basically provide their own commentary, but that seems, I've never seen that as a thing. I don't watch sports. That's what I was like. I don't know if anyone watches sports here. I don't really watch sports, but if I do, it's figure skating, and I'm probably locked in and in a Reddit live chat. That's great. I love that so much. That's what Sarah Jane is doing. She's learning figure skating, I think, as an adult, which is pretty cool. I don't watch sports. Fair. Totally get it. I used to watch soccer games randomly and really like the British announcers. So yeah, it would be on. I used to watch live soccer too. Not a ton. I prefer soccer in person. I used to go to the stadium over here and watch a lot. So I do like soccer. It's probably the only sport I would ever watch as a spectator. But even that is, you know, watching it on a TV or watching it, streaming it is a little... It's not quite as fun. I can picture the dude bros going nuts. I know, they'd probably be like, this is such a debatable thing in the sports world. How could you not know this? But yeah, I had no clue. All right, well, anyways, that being said, we've gabbed. So I think we should go into another sprinteroonie dooney, and just see where we end up. I love soccer so much, it didn't matter who was playing, nor did I care. I just liked the game. Yeah. Same. I mean, I definitely had favorite teams and stuff, but yeah, I used to watch a lot. All right. If anyone wants to pop a guess in the chat for the wheel, I will get us over here and we will take it for a spin. So let's see. Oh, Christina says, oh, and the Spanish speaking announcers too. Goal. Yeah, that's what my team. I won't say what team it is that's my favorite team because it's my home team for my like area, but a lot of our cheers and stuff are in Spanish. Let's see. Okay, we've got a variety here. Fantastic. Okay, done. All right, here we go. We've got a variety. Let's go ahead and take her for a spin, see what fate has in store for us. 45. Oh my God. And once again, nobody got it. That's wild. And you guys were really all across the board that time. Georgette was close. So was Christina. Well, not really. Georgette. Sorry, Christina. That came out really harsh. No, Georgette was pretty close though. But man, 45. All right. Well, we're in for another 45er. Georgette, don't be trying to be sneaky with that. Don't even be trying that. Come on now. Come on. All right. Well, no gold stars this time, but that's okay. It's all right. We got plenty of time here. Let's see. All right. Okay. Good night, Ian. Thanks for hanging. You're a trooper. Ian's been here for a lot of this one. I think like pretty much the whole time up till now. So yeah, Ian's a trooper. All right. Yeah. So that being said, let's go ahead and get through this sprint and then we'll see if we have one more in us or not. 45 is a pretty hefty one. But may be able to squeeze one more in. We'll see. All right. That being said, I have 45 minutes on the clock. I wish you all the best of luck, and I will see you on the other side of 45. Here we go. And we're back. Okay. How did that sprint go for everyone? I'm trying to think where I started. I know I at least started here, so I can just go from there. So I got 488 words. Is that right? Could be. I mean, I really hit a stride that sprint, but maybe I'm overestimating how much I wrote. But I think I wrote 488 words. And this chapter is getting really thick. It's at like almost 4,900 words. So it's going to have to be split, which I already kind of figured it would need to be split, but I'm going to have to write it. I think I'm going to write it in the current POV, and then I'll go back, split it, and write it in the opposite POV like afterwards, because I just do not think that I'm going to want to swap all my POVs in my outline going forward. Like all my POV chapters would have to be swapped. But I don't know. I don't think I'm going to. Also, we had Laura come in during that sprint. Hi, Laura. Miley kind of came back in, I think. I'm not certain. Let's see. Oh, Peyton says, I wrote for about half the sprint, I must confess. That's okay. You've put in a lot of work tonight, Peyton. That's more than fair. I got around 350 words, and then I goofed off the rest of the time, but got 2K tonight. That's huge. That's awesome, Peyton. That's a great feat for sure. Edie got 860 words. That's huge too. Jeez. That's awesome. Georgette says, I'm trying to reorganize in my mind the story blueprint method talked about in Story Genius. Oh, I've never read Story Genius. I have heard of it. I'm a Save the Cat girly myself, but definitely want to read Story Genius at some point for sure. Georgette says, because I forgot most of it. Makes sense. I have to reference my Save the Cat pretty often too. I mean, ish, right? Like I have some notes in my outline and stuff, so I really don't pull it out too much, but definitely need a refresher here and there. Hey, I made it to 3 digits. LMAO got 145 words. Nice, Christina. Killing it over there. It's awesome. Annie says, I woke up, did morning routine, and then I'm currently deciding if I need less, more, or if I need to move characters between books. Ooh, now that's a cool idea. Once you've done a few books, or if you have some stuff that you've shelved, that's kind of a cool idea to consider, consolidating characters or swapping characters between projects. I like that idea a lot. Also, hi, Annie. I don't know if I said hi to you yet or not. Annie, it's nearly 2 p.m. Edie says, it's because I'm converting from zero draft to first draft, so some of the words are already there. Fair. Okay. I wouldn't have known that, Edie. You could have totally rocked it and just been like, oh yeah, I'm over here killing it, writing 860 words. Would not have known. Edie, I woke up 45 minutes ago. LOL. Hey, valid. Totally fair. Totally fair. Now, speaking of that, I will say, I think that might be our last sprint for the night, because I'm not going to lie, my words are starting to like blend together. I know this is a little earlier. I think we're ending at closer to 5 hours than 6. But I'm not going to lie, I'm reaching my max, I think, for streaming for tonight. That being said, I do want to say that tomorrow I'm doing one extra stream this week. Okay. Well, at least one. I may do another one on Sunday. We'll see. But I am streaming with Saoirse tomorrow night on her channel. I'm going to post something to my Instagram. I might not post tonight. I'll probably post it tomorrow morning, like first thing. But yeah, remember that I am streaming on Saoirse's channel tomorrow. It should be a really fun time. I love Saoirse. She is so sweet, just an awesome person. So I'm really excited for that. Also, if you are in the Discord, or even if you're not in the Discord and you're curious about it, you can always DM me on Instagram. But I'm going to just keep promoting that Writers Coven for October. So that's going to be a week-long set of streams in October where we all stream in different costumes, hopefully. That's the plan as of right now. So if you're in the Discord and you haven't signed up, remember to take a look at that and snag a slot. If you feel so inclined, you still have plenty of time, right? But like, try and snag a slot. If you're not in the Discord and you want to know about it, feel free to message me. But I think that's pretty much everything going on. Hopefully I'll have a word, or not a word, a vlog. Oh my God. I'm sorry. I was looking at my word count at the bottom of my document. Hopefully I will have a vlog coming out relatively soon because Araya was sassing me in a good way, giving me that little nudge to say, get it done. So I need to get it done. I need to put it up. So hopefully that will come out soon also. But yeah, I think that's everything. So thank you guys so much for joining me. Let me go through these really quick. Girl, please take care of yourself. I enjoy it. Like, I feel okay. You know, I'm feeling good at 5 hours, but I can definitely tell my writing is going to start getting sloppy if I continue. So best to call it and then, you know, go again on Thursday. Yeah, but I love this time with you guys for sure. And I appreciate the sentiment of please take care of yourself. Yeah, it's bedtime for sure. Yeah, Christina and I are in the same time zone, I believe. Edie says, any night owls here. Do you want to sprint in the Discord? You know, you'd be surprised how many people do sprint in the Discord late at night. Oh, there we go. Yes, please. I have so much to do. There you go. Christina. Wait, at Edie, I might want to do that too. I should sleep, but just one at least for me. Oh my God, you guys are a hoot. Yeah, I need to make good use of this day off. Okay, I'm glad you guys are going to continue and be productive. We can do a short one for you so you can sleep after. Oh, that's sweet that you guys are going to do that for Christina. That's nice. Good night, Miley. Thank you for that. All right. I'm going to go ahead and hit you all with my traditional sign off before I let you go. So be brave, be a light, and remember that you all are so loved. And I will see you around authortube. Bye, guys.